Hi there. In this video we are going to create an awesome landing page for Apple iPhone where we will use ThreeJs to render 3D model and GSAP for adding some scrolling animations. So let me show you. You will find this link in the description as well. Now this is the loading screen. Now it starts with this code section where I have kept the famous quote of Steve Jobs. Now this section is fixed, so let's scroll down, and once you scroll down you can see this model of iPhone, and there is a video in the background. So this one is the hero section. Let's scroll further down. Now observe the model. When you scroll down, it is moving, and also there are these two sentences which move towards the center. Let's scroll down. Now this is the display section. Check out this awesome movement of this 3D model. Now this section is the processor where this image represents the A15 chip, and also notice this slight glow around this image. On the right side there is this rectangle which looks like kind of battery, and once you scroll down it is filling up with this gradient. Now this section is the color section where there are two models, one on the left and one on the right, and focus on this colors and this text as well. So when I scroll down it changes the color and the text. Now it is a gold, next is green, the purple, red and blue. All of these changes are happening when you scroll down. Now this section is purely to focus on the camera quality, or you can add any videos that you have shot with the iPhone. So there are some scroll animations as well. Now this is the last section where there is this buy button and different colors, and when you click on any color you can see the change in color in background and in the model as well. And you cannot just change colors, but you can grab this model and move it 360 degree to see the whole product. Check out these reflections. Now all of these animations are also happen when you scroll up, but in the opposite direction. Let me show you loading screen again. Just let me go to the network and slow down this. Now as you can see here, this loading screen where the background color is changing, and there we go. Now this is responsive as well. Let's see this for the mobile device. So this one is the quote. We have some changes in the hero section for smaller screens. Now in the color sections we don't have two models, but instead we have just one. and the center. Even in also mobile devices, you can move this model and change its color. In this video, you are going to learn a lot. You will learn more about how to render 3D model, and also you will learn how to use Context API to share same state in different components. So without further ado, let's get started. Now first go to this link where you will find the starter code for this project. So let's copy this. Open your project folder and just write cmd to open command prompt. Write git clone and paste the link. Now this will clone the starter code repo. Now let's change the directory to this one. Just copy the name and write cd and directory, and we are in the starter code files. Now let's install all the required libraries. Just write npm install. Now let's open this code in a VS Code, and if you are in Windows and you are using a VS Code, you just have to write code and dot to open all files in a VS Code. And here we are. Let's start the development server. Just write npm start. And it is running. Now in this starter code files, open the src, and here you will get one folder called assets, where I have given all the required assets that we are going to use to create this website. Now first one is the 3D model, which contains all files related to the model. And second is the fonts. I have downloaded these fonts from the Google. Now in images, there is this image of A15 chip. Now in the SVG file, there is this SVG that we are going to use to create a loading screen. And in this video folder, there is this 3 videos. Now other than that, this file called allresources.txt, you will find all the original links of these assets from here. And also in this file, I have given the color code for different colors and some CSS variables as well. Now we are going to use these 2 libraries called react-3/Drei and /fiber. Both of these libraries are very useful in implementing different features of ThreeJS into a React application. And here is the GSAP, which will be useful for adding any scrolling animations. And for the CSS, we are going to use styled components. In the src folder, create one folder called styles. Inside that folder, let's create one file called global style.js. Now in this file, we are going to define basic CSS for the whole application. So just add export const global style and import create global style from the style components. Now this create global style is a function to generate a special style component that handles global styles. So you can write anything inside this create global style. So it will define the default style for the whole application. Make sure you use backticks and not the single quotes. So first we don't want any extra margin on any HTML element. So let's remove that. Just add margin 0 and padding 0. Now in all the heading tags, sometimes browser adds default margin and padding, so we don't want that too. Let's remove that. And padding equals 0. Now let's define some fonts. First, let's import the font light from assets folder from /assets/fonts. Just find the source sans pro -light and do the same for the regular one. Now to use these custom fonts, we have to define them in a font face. Now in this font family, you can write any name, but you have to make sure that you use this same name throughout the whole project. So we are going to write source sans pro, and first let's define this for the light fonts. In the src, we will use local, so browser will check if it has these fonts, and if it doesn't, it will download it from the URL. Let's provide the URL. Here we can add the fonts that we have imported earlier, and let's add the format of the font, which is true type. Now let's add the font display to swap. So once our fonts are downloaded, the browser will swap them with the default one. Let's keep the font style to normal. Copy this and change the name of the font. Keep source sans pro for regular one. Now in the body, let's keep using regular for now. Now we don't want any horizontal scroll bar, so let's keep overflow X to hidden. And that's it for the basic style. Now go to this assets folder and open the colors.txt. Copy these variables and paste them here. Now we can use this variable directly in our project, so we don't have to write these values explicitly. Now these are for the fonts. These are the colors that we are going to use, and both of these are a font name and this gradient as well. So let's import this file in an app.js Let's clear this out. Write global style and it is imported. Now let's start from creating the code section. For that, let's create another folder in the src called sections, where we will store our all section components. Just write code.js, and here I am using the extension. Let me show you. This extension called ES7 plus React Redux snippets. Now this will give you small snippets. So you just have to write RAFCE and it will generate this snippet. Let's import this. Now let's create a component to wrap this whole code section. Now for that we are going to use a style component. Let's say it is section. Now in the style component you can create a component and give them any styling, and you can directly use them instead of using HTML element. Just import it and use any HTML element you want. So we want to use section and add backticks. Now inside the backticks you can add any styles, and once you copy this and paste it here, now anything between this section tags will get this style. Let's keep the width of this code to 100 VW and height to 100 viewpoint height. Position set to relative. Now we want our code in the center, so let's keep the display flags, justify content in the center, and align them in the center as well. And here it is. So let's add our code. We want our code in, let's say, 5 lines. The last one is for the author's name. Let's add them. Now we want all of these lines in a column manner. So let's add one container. Now this container component is nothing but the div element. Let's keep its width to 100 viewpoint width and height to 100 viewpoint height, and just copy this and change flex direction to column, and here it is. Now we want background color to dark, so here we will use the variable called dark. Now this dark variable has this hash which is for the black color. Let's change color of the text to white. Now we want to animate this text so that whenever you load this page, the text will go from bottom to top. For that we can use positioning. First, let's create one container for each of these lines. Now to select multiple same elements, you just have to select this one and press Ctrl D. So it will select the next one. Let's add styling for this text container. We will add these lines in a paragraph tag. Now keep its width to, let's say, 50%. And font size to font large, so font LG. Now this font LG stands for this 1.9375 EM, which is equal to 31 pixel. Now position, set it to relative. Now let's change the background color of these lines just to understand how we will implement this animation. Let's say light blue. First, we will set the height of this paragraph tag. We have to set height of this paragraph element, which should be less than the font size. So let's keep it font medium. And now you can see there is some gap in between these lines. So let's set this position of this span tag to absolute. And first we will transform this text and we'll move them to the bottom using a translate Y. So inside this translate Y, add 3 rem and add overflow hidden. Now you can see there is no text, but if I keep height to, let's say, 1 rem, you can see half of the text are moved towards the down, and you can see the other half. So let's see how we can animate them or move all the text to the upward. Now for that we have to define a keyframe. So let's add const move up. Now to use keyframes in style component, you have to first import keyframes from style components and use backticks. Let's at the 100%. We want our text at the original position, which is 0. Let's use this animation. Let's keep animation duration to 2.5 seconds and animation timing function to is. And it's working great. Let's remove this background color. Now it is gone, so we don't want to reverse the animation. So let's change the animation fill mode to forward only. And it's working fine. Let's change the font family to font L, which stands for the font light, and now it's light fonts. Let's add gradient. For that, we will use the gradient variable inside a linear gradient. Minus 45 degree, and use the variable. And here it is. Now let's use background clip property, and actually it will not work in the Chrome browser. For that we have to use WebKit. So you just have to copy this property and add WebKit as a prefix. Also, we have to change the color of the text as well. So we don't want any color on the text, so we will set WebKit text fill color to transparent. So it will take the color of the background, and it looks great. Let's add the whole code. Now this looks great. Let's add a quote mark here. So for that you can use HTML entity, and for that just write ampersand hash and code, which is 8220, and here it is. Let's add one more. Now we want all of these sentences to start from just one single line. So let's add some space in the second, third and fourth line. For that you can use ampersand and NBSP. Let's add 3 spaces. And here it is. We want this author's name on this right side. So let's add one class. And it looks great. Let's add one single line here. We will again use the HTML entity. Also, let's change this color of this author's name so it looks different than the code. Let's change the angle from 45 to, that's a 90 or 180. Let's skip it to minus 180. And it looks good. Now animation is happening for all of these lines at the same time. So let's add a delay. Now in the style component you can just pass props. So let's create one prop named delay, and add a delay of 0. Let's say there is no delay for the first line, and let's add delay for the other lines. So we will keep difference of 0.4 seconds. So next one is the 0.8, this one is the 1.2, the last one is 1.6. So let's use these props in the text. Let's add animation delay. Now to use that prop, you have to first add $sign and curly braces. Use props and use props dot delay. This is nothing but a simple arrow function. And it's working great. And our code section is completed. So let's create the hero section where we will render the 3D model. Let's create one file in the sections folder. Name it as hero section.js. And let's create this small snippet and import this in the app.js file. So as usual, we will create one style for the wrapper component. Import this styled from style components, and we will use section element. Keep the width to 100 viewpoint width and height to 100 vh. Keep the position of this element to relative and display it as a flex. Let's keep the background color as dark and overflow set to hidden. Now first we will add the title. So let's create a component for that. Title style dot h1. We want this title in the left upper corner, so let's keep its position to absolute and top to 2 rem and left 2 rem as well. Let's keep it font size to font LG and font family to font L, which stands for the light fonts. And also let's change the color gray light. Let's add this title. iPhone 14 Pro Max. Let's check this out, and it looks great. Let's add those texts. One on the left is, let's see it here, so cold and so bold. Let's add this text in a text container and spawn so dot cold dot and so dot bold. Now this text container is nothing but a simple div element. Let's keep it width to 100% and height to 100 viewpoint height. And keep it display to flex. We want both of this text on the opposite sides, so let's keep justify content to space between and align them in the center. Now same as we did for the code section, we'll also add gradient. Let's check this out. Okay, let's first add the font size. Font XXL, and here it is. Add text transform to uppercase and increase font weight to 600. Also let's add padding of 2 rem. Now it looks great. Now let's add the video in the background. First let's add the video. Let's import it. Import background video from /asset/video and select this ink one. Now let's set the type of the video to video/mp4, and we want to autoplay this video and muted and in the loop. Let's check this out. And as you can see here, it is working, but it does not cover the whole width. So let's add this in the container or div element. Let's keep it width to 100 VW and set its minimum height to 100 VH. Now we want to cover the whole screen, so let's add its position to absolute, where the top is 0 and left is 0 as well, and its Z index to 0. Let's keep width of video to 100% and height to 100 VH. Also we want this whole video in whole screen for smaller devices as well, and for that we will use object fit to cover and position of object to bottom, so it will keep the height in check for the smaller devices. Okay, it is working great, but there is no text, so let's set index in those text. Let's set it to 1, and now it's working. But I think we should replace this color. Let's remove this negative sign. So I think our hero section is completed and it looks great. Now let's render the 3D model inside this hero section. Now, as per the ThreeJS documentation, to render a model, a 3D model, we need three things. First is the scene. Second is the camera to see different view of 3D model. And third is renderer to render the model. Let's import the canvas element from the react-3/fiber. Now before that, let's create one file where we will render the model. Let's add a file in the sections folder and name it as phone model.js. Let's import it in the app.js file. Let's first add some basic styling. Say container style.div. Don't forget to import the style component. Let's keep width as 100 VW and height to 100 VH. We want our model to be fixed on screen, so let's keep the position of this component to fixed, top to 0 and set index to 1. Now we don't need any background color, so let's set it to transparent. We will import the canvas element from react-3/fiber. This canvas element sets up the scene and camera, and it is used to render a scene. So this canvas element handles all three that we have discussed earlier: a scene, camera and renderer. So we don't have to declare them separately. Like if you use ThreeJS in purely JavaScript, you have to declare all three of them in different manner. Now inside this canvas element, we will render our model. But before rendering a model, let's understand some basics of rendering model. So let me add a mesh. Now this mesh is a basic class that represents polygon objects. So you can add any different kind of polygon objects inside this element. So let's add box geometry and let's see it in the screen. Now, as you can see here, you can see one single square here, but it does not look like a 3D model. Let's import one control called as orbit control. From react-3/drei. Let's import this controls inside canvas component. Let's see the output. Now because of this controls, you can change the view of camera, and let's grab this object, and now you can move it in whole 360 degree. So what is this orbit controls? This orbit controls allows the camera to orbit around this target. Now let's add some material, or let's say color. Let's add mesh standard material. Now what is this? This mesh standard material is a material for drawing geometries. You can learn more about these classes from ThreeJS documentation. And now as you can see, it is black. It's total black. Let's add one color. Let's say it is red. Save it and let's check the output. Still it is black. We cannot see this color because we don't have any source of light, and without light you cannot see any color. So let's add a source of light. Now inside this canvas, add ambient light and let's check out the output. So now you can see this color, this red color. So what is this ambient light? This ambient light globally illuminates all objects in the scene equally, and you can also change its intensity. So let's change it. .2. Now you can see the red color is there, but it is dark. Let's increase it to 1.25. Now you can see this red color looks really bright. You can also add different light sources such as directional light. Now this directional light gets emitted in a specific direction. As you can see from the top, the color of this top is different than the other sides because the directional light is coming from top to bottom. So it illuminates this the top side of this cube. You can also change different position, such as position of this light. Let's say 100. This will illuminate this one, this side of this cube, and not the top one. So these are some basic of rendering a model, but you don't have to worry about mesh or box geometry, etc. We will just render our whole model inside this canvas element. So first let's open the all resources.txt file and open this link. Now from here I have downloaded this model to use in the website. You can also download it from here, but make sure you download the .gltf format and not any other one. Also, before you use this model commercially in any other project, make sure you check this license. And this model is designed by Sketch. So ThreeJs recommends us to use a GLTF format than any other. Now before we directly use the .gltf format, instead we will convert it to JSX using a GLTF JSX utility. Now this one is a simple small command line tool that turns GLTF assets into declarative and reusable react-three fiber JSX component. So let's see our model files. As you can see here, there are texture, .bean and .gltf. So this is our whole 3D model. Let's convert it to JSX. Let's go to the src assets and 3D model and open another command prompt here. Make sure you are in the right directory. Now in here, just copy this command, or we can also write this as well. Just write npx gltf JSX and name of the model. In our case, it is scene.gltf. So let's write scene.gltf, press enter. It will take few seconds and it will convert the GLTF model to JSX. It's done. Let's save it. Here it is, the JS file. We can reuse this model anywhere in different components. So let's import this scene.js file inside our phone model component. Let's just remove this and import the model. Save it and let's check this. There is some error. Alright, so we cannot directly import it. We also have to copy these files, texture, pin and GLTF model, into public directory so that it can fetch model directly from these files. And let's see the output. And it is visible, you can see here. Just zoom in and here it is. Let's increase the intensity of ambient light. And you can see it is brighter than before. Now instead of increasing intensity of ambient light, let's keep it as it is and change the intensity of directional light to, let's say, 0.4. And let's check this out. I think it's zoom in. And it looks quite nice. Now there are no reflections on this model because now to reflect you have to add images around this object so that it can reflect light towards this model. So let's add an environment instead of those images. Import this environment from react-three-drei. Now there are different environments available. Let's check this out. First, go to the documentation site called docs.pmnd.rs, where you will find this one, the documentation for Drei. And these are all the helper functions that Drei provides. We want environment. So there are different props that you can pass inside the environment. So let's check different presets from here. So you can add sunset as an environment preset, or night, dawn. Let's add sunset. Just write preset equals sunset. And now you can see this reflections on this model. This is a reflection of the environment surrounding this model. Let's change it to night. And now it looks great. Also, let's change the field of view. It is also called as FOV. Now you can access the camera from inside this canvas element. Just write camera and change FOV to, let's keep it as 40. All right, so I guess this one is enough, the size. Now let's remove this orbit controls for now because we don't want that. Let's add this model inside suspense so it can load asynchronously. Make sure you import suspense from React, and for the fallback UI, let's keep null for now. Now let's fix this code section like in the demo. For that we can use position fixed, but there is one problem with that. Let me show you. Let's write position fixed and top to 0. Now as you can see here, there is no scroll bar. I cannot scroll since our code section is behind this hero section, and there is no height, so we cannot fix that section at the top. Now we can use GSAP to deal with this issue. So let's open the documentation for the GSAP. GSAP provides different plugins such as scroll trigger. Let's open its documentation. As stated here, scroll trigger creates a jaw-dropping scroll-based animation with minimal code. So let's use this scroll trigger. Now before that, let's now remove this and let's comment this out, phone model for now. Let's import the GSAP. And scroll trigger as well. Now if you want to use any plugin with the GSAP, you have to register it first. So let's do that. GSAP.register plugin, and inside pass scroll trigger. Now we can use a scroll trigger. Whenever you are using GSAP for implementing any animation, make sure you use it inside the use effect or inside the use layout effect, because GSAP updates inline style properties, so it is important to make sure the DOM has been rendered before trying to animate anything. So once a use effect runs, we know that the DOM is already rendered there. So we are going to use layout effect and not the use effect, because use layout effect fires synchronously after all DOM mutations. So we can use it to read layout from the DOM and synchronously re-render it. So let's use layout effect. Let's grab one example from this documentation. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now we don't want this one, so for now just remove them. Now first is the trigger. Here we have to pass the element where we want to add scroll trigger. So we want to add scroll trigger in this section. So let's create one ref using a use ref hook. Let's name it as section ref. Initially keep it null. Let's set it. Now we can access this section element. So let's get this section element using a section ref dot current. Now we will pass this element inside the trigger. Now what is the start? Now this start is it accepts two parameters. Whenever this top of this element reaches the top of the viewport, in our case it is a browser, top of the browser, then it will trigger this animation. You can actually see this using markers. True. Let me show you. So here you can see the start of this element and the start of this viewport as well. Let's change the position of this one. Let's say top plus or equal to 100 pixel. And now you can see the start of this component is from here and not here. So whenever both of them crosses each other, it will triggers the animation. Now to fix this component, we just have to use pin and set it to true. So once this crosses each other, it will start the animation, and now you can see that our code section is fixed and it is not scrolling. And once this end of our code section reaches the start of the viewport, it will end the animation. Let me show you this. Same as the start, we can also pass the end. Let's say from bottom minus or equal to 100, which is the center of the viewport. So as you can see here, there are total 4 markers. One is the start of this component and one is the end of this component, and this one is the start of the viewport and this one is the center. So the scroll trigger start position is at the top of the viewport and end position is at the center of this viewport. So whenever observe this start, whenever this crosses, it will start the animation until this end crosses this scroller end. Now animation is completed. So you can see this. You can try different values here and understand this better. We don't need to add end, and also remove this and keep it as it is. So whenever top of this component, which is the top of the viewport, it will get fixed. Let's see it again. So for now the code component is fixed, and you can scroll the hero section. Alright, so let's remove these markers. Whenever you are using a scroll trigger or such animation, make sure to clean up the code. So let's declare a variable called trigger, and inside the return, let's say if there is trigger is there, then we can use a kill function to remove this trigger. Oops, I forgot to add arrow function. Alright, so our code component is completed. So now we can scroll this hero section, but wait, whenever you are using a pin equals to true, it will add an extra spacing around this component, and this is why this behavior is happening. So for that we have to pass pin spacing to false, because we don't want to add any extra space around our component, and it works great. Now let's use GSAP to animate our model on scroll. So first let's go to the app.js file and remove this comment. Now before we use a GSAP again, first let's understand some basic. Go to the GSAP, and here we are going to use two properties. One is gsap.from2 and another one is gsap.to. Now in here, in this property, it accepts two arguments. The one is the element itself, and the second one is the CSS properties, which you will use to manipulate this object. So in this example, here it has passed the .box object, which is the class name of this div, and we want this to rotate for 27 degree, and we want to move it 100 pixel in the x-axis, and we want the duration of animation to 1 second. So let's rerun this. As you can see here, it is animating. So let's use this inside our model. Now first we want to move our model from bottom to top. So that's why we will use from2 property. Now it is same as the gsap.to, but instead of final value, we will also add initial value of the animation as well. So let's use it. We will directly use GSAP in the scene.js file. So let's import it. Let's add the use layout effect. Now what we want is to move the position of the camera, because our model is already fixed. So let's do that. Write gsap.from2, and we can use use3 hook to access the camera of this model. Let's use it. Write let camera equal to use3. Make sure you import use3 from react-three fiber. Now use3 gives us the state, which contains different information about camera, scene, and renderer. So let's get the camera from state.camera. First let's log this camera here. As you can see, this is a perspective camera, and it will give you all the information about the model and the current position of the camera as well. Here is the FOV. Now let's use this camera. Instead of gsap.from2, Let's use to first, GSAP.to. Let's pass the element which is camera.position. Now, as I have said earlier, GSAP.to accepts two arguments. First is the element and second is the properties for animating this element. So we want to move let's say model from x-axis to 1. Let's as you can see here, it is going from 0 to 1, x equal to 1. Also we can do y to 0.5, as you can see here, and if you add -1, and the model is here. Alright, now let's add a scroll trigger because we want to trigger all of these animations on scroll. Let's add scroll trigger. Now if we are using multiple GSAP animations, we can combine them in a container which is called as a GSAP timeline. You can also read about this in the documentation. This timeline is a sequencing tool that acts as a container for different kind of animations. So let's create this timeline. You can create a timeline by using a function called gsap.timeline, and in this timeline you can pass any default values such as a scroll trigger. So let's add scroll trigger. And inside this we can add different values. Now we want to animate our phone model whenever it hits the top of the viewport. Now for that we have to grab this element. So let's add one ID in the phone model component, which is phone dash model. So let's add it inside the trigger. Now this is the ID, so let's use a hash as ID selector. Now we want to start from top and top of the viewport. Let's we don't want to pin anything, so let's add animation. Now to link any animation with the GSAP timeline, you just have to write, let's say t1.to. Now on scroll, first we want to use from to, because we will animate our model from bottom to top. So let's use camera.position, and here we will set the camera position to y equal to 2. So it will go to the bottom first and then it comes to the center. Let's check this out. Now in this component we don't have to re-register this scroll trigger because we have already done that in the code component, and code component is already rendering before the phone model. Let's add markers here. So whenever this crosses, it shows, but it is too fast. So let's add the end. Whenever bottom of bottom plus equal to 500 touches the bottom of the viewport, it will end this animation. That's it. And it is working. So let's add one more animation. Let's say position from x equal to 1 to x equal to 0. First, it comes from the bottom to top and from left to right. So this is how we will gradually add different animation from here. For now, let's just remove this. We will also change the end once we implement all the different sections. We don't want this either. So for now, let's comment this model and complete all the other sections, and then we will gradually add different animations. Let's close this and create one section called design section. Let's import it in the app.js file. Here is the design section. Now let's add basic element as usual. Let's keep the width to 100, viewport width and height to 100 viewport height. In the design section, we want to create two titles, where the first one is situated at the top and the last one is at the bottom. So let's keep the display flex and flex direction to column, where we want our content at the flex end and in the center. Let's give the background color to white and overflow hidden. Now let's add the two sentences. Let's add these lines in a text container. Now I have kept the height of the first text container to 50 VH, so we can do the same for the second container as well. Let's give the display to flex and flex direction as column. Justify the content in the center. Well, for the first text I want to align it in the left, so align item to flex start. Let's change its color to dark. Let's check this out. Let's add font size to font big, which is the biggest font, and here it is. Let's create this same component for the other sentence. Make sure to change the name. And here it is. We want at the flex end and also size of this second sentence should be XXL. Let's change the width to 90% and font weight to 600 and text transform just capitalize. Let's add the same thing for the second as well, but width change it to 80%. And now it looks good. So let's add animation. Now before that, let's create 3 ref. For one is for the section and other 2 for the both of the sentences. Let's attach this ref. Now again we will use a GSAP scroll trigger for scrolling animations. So let's import the GSAP and use layout effect. Let's say T1. Let's define the timeline first. Now in the trigger, let's add the container ref dot current. So whenever this container hits the top, we will start the animation, and we will end this animation when this container hits, when the bottom of this container hits to the top of the viewport. Let's add animation. First, let's grab the first text Now we want to move this first sentence from its current position to 10% on the right side. So let's write x0 to x 10%. Let's do the same for second text as well, but here we will change the 10% to minus 10%. Let's check this out. And it is moving. Let's start the animation before we see this text. So let me enable the markers, and we want to start when top minus or equal to 500, which means the animation will start before the top of this container hits the top of the viewport. Let's see the markers. So when this start hits this top, it will start the animation. So we aren't able to see the animation on the second sentence because first it starts this animation, and when it completes, it starts with this animation. So instead of this, let's start both of this animation at the same time, and for that we just have to pass this same key as a third argument inside both of this. You won't be able to see the second line animating because the end trigger is hitting the top. So if there are any other sections after this design section, then you might be able to see the animation in the second line. Now we also want to reanimate this lines when you scroll up, and for that you just have to use scrub. Just add scrub to true. Now this will enable the animation for the both direction. As you can see here, it is working for both the directions. Let's remove this trigger instance when the component is unmounting. Right, T1, and if there is any trigger, then it will kill that trigger instance. Let's create the display section. Create one file in the section folder called display section.js. Let's import it in the app.js file. As usual, let's create one wrapper called section. Now we want to add height of this section to 200 viewport height, and position relative. Let's keep display to flex, justify content to space around, and flex direction to column. Let's add background color as a dark, and color of the text to white. Let's add the main title, which is immersive display. We want font size of this title to be font big and font family to font L. And here it is. Let's add a break here. Now copy the this gradient from the code component and paste it inside the title. And it looks great. Now let's add two text blocks, one on the right and one on the left. Now this text block will have one title, which is Super Retina XDR display, and for its text, let's add any random text. Let's add styling for this text block. Display to flex, flex direction to column, and align items to flex and the width to 50%. Let's add styling for title as well. Let's keep the font size to font LG and margin bottom to 1 rem. Let's define the style for the text as well, same as we did for the title. Let's change its fonts from LG to extra small and color to gray light. Change margin bottom from 1 rem to 0.5 rem, and width, let's say 55%. Let's see this. Alright. First, let's add all the elements and then we will set this position. Now in this block, change the title to big is better and keep everything as it is. Now instead of keeping flex items from flex end, we will change it to flex start for the text block left. Now in this section, let's modify the style of the right text block. So to select any child in the style component, you can use ampersand and greater than symbol, use star and add nth child. We want to select all even child to align themselves at the flex end, and as you can see here, it is working. And also add margin right to 4 rem. And text align to right. Let's add margin in here. Now for the odd elements, we will add margin left to 4 rem, and it looks great. Let's add another 2 sentence. Same as in the design section, we will also add animation on this sentences as well on scroll. Let's add them in the text container, which is the div. Now in the next line, write every touch matters. Let's add styling for this text container. Style.div, keep its width to 100% and display flex. Now we want to rotate both of this text, so we will use transform, rotate, and minus, let's say 25 degree, and keep Z index. Let's add Z index to 1 and margin bottom to 4 rem. Let's check this out. And here it is. Let's increase its size. Instead of span, let's create one style component Also, we want to keep its color same as the main title. And here it is. Let's align items to center. Now it looks great. Now, same as we did for the design, let's do the same for both of this moving text. So go to the design and copy this whole code along with the ref and paste it here. Make sure you import use ref and use layout effect. Let's import GSAP as well. Now let's attach this ref. Now for this container ref, we will not attach it with this section. Instead, we want to start our animation after this text block, and let's add this ref with each of this text. Let's change this 10% value to 20%. And this looks great. Now let's create the next section, which is the processor section. In the sections folder, create one file called processor section.js. Let's import this in the app.js file. Let's create the section styled component. Now here we are going to add total two elements. One is the image of a A15 chip and the other is some text. So we want to justify content as a flex start and align items in the center. Let's add the background color, which is dark, and overflow hidden. Now first let's add a title. We are going to write fastest processor. Let's add styling for this element. Let's keep the width of title to 100% and align text in the center. Let's set its position to absolute and bottom to RAM. Let's check the output. I think we have to change the color of the text as well. Let's change color to white. Alright, it is here. We want it in the center, so let's add transform translate x to -50%. Let's increase the font size to font big and change the font family to font light and keep the Z index to 1. And here it is. Now let's add the same color as the code. And that is it. Let's change the angle to 90 degree. Now this looks great. Let's add the image. Import A15 from assets / images / and select the image. A15 processor. And here it is. So let's add this image inside a div which is called as processor. Let's add styling for this div. Let's keep it width to 25% and position to absolute. Now we want this image in the center, so keep top to 50% and left 50% and use transform translate -50% in the x-axis and -50% for the y-axis. And it looks good. Now we want it in the center, so let's keep the display of the container to flex, justify content center, and align items to center. Alright, let's decrease width of the image. Set the height of the image to auto. And it looks great. Now let's add glow around this image. Now for that glow, we will add an animation using keyframes. So let's define the keyframe. Let's name it as glow. Import the keyframes from the styled components. Now we will use box shadow for that glow effect. 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 10, and the color of the glow will be white. Let's do the same for the 50% and 100%. We'll keep the same value for the 100%, but for the 50% we will increase this box shadow to 2 pixel, 2 and 25. Let's use this. Let's say animation. Add a name of the keyframe and 3 seconds is and for the infinite time. And it looks great. Let's add small padding. And this looks awesome. So let's add a few texts here. Let's add a text container first. Inside we will use span tag and some random text. Let's keep the font size to font extra small XS and color of the text to gray light. Also, let's set the width of the text to 30% and height to 40 viewport height. And here it is. Display to flex and flex direction to column and justify content to center. Now let's add some margin in this span tag. It's a 0.2 rem for the top and bottom and 0 for the left and right, and add some padding on the left up to 2 rem. Let's add one more text element. Not the text, sorry, it's the span element. Let's remove this. And this looks great. Alright, so let's create the next section, which is the battery section. Add one file called battery section inside the sections folder, and let's import it in the app.js file. let's add the styling for the section element. We want our battery at the right side, so we'll set the justify content to flex end and align items in the center. Let's change the background color to white. That's it. And here it is. So first let's add the title. We'll keep the title in the little bit of center. So keep top to 50% and left to 50% as well. And let's use transform translate. Let's keep 55% and minus 50% from the top. Use text transform to uppercase and font size to font big. Keep Z index to 1. That's it. Let's add this title. And here it looks great. Now let's create this battery element. Now here we will add few list elements. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now let's style this battery. This one is the UL, another list element. And let's set its position to absolute and from the right to 4 rem. List style set to none. Set background color to white. And let's add border of 3 pixels solid dark. Let's add some border radius to 8 pixel and padding of 0.5 rem. Let's set its width to 15 rem. Let's see the output. Alright. Let's style this li element and keep it width to 100% and height to 5 rem. And here it is. Let's set its background color to dark, but instead let's add the gradient. So let's write background image and linear gradient 90 degree. Let's use the gradient variable. Alright. Let's add margin 0.5 rem for the top and bottom, and 0 from left to right. Now there is extra margin for the first and the last element, so let's remove this, and we will only select those elements which are not the first child and not the last child. So we'll use this not function and pass first child, and same as the last child. Now this will add margin for all the elements except the first child and the last child, and it looks great. So let's add this scrolling animation where whenever you scroll down, it will fill up this li elements. First, let's use ref. Let's call this battery and null. Now let's set this ref in here. Now GSAP provides us one class called selector, which select all the elements within the parent element. So let's use it. Let elements. First, make sure you import the GSAP and GSAP.utils.selector and add the ref, which is battery. Let's log this elements in the use layout effect. Now this one is the function, so if you want elements, you just have to pass which type of element. In our case, it is li, so it will give us the list of li elements. First, let's initialize the GSAP timeline. t1 equal to GSAP dot timeline. Now we will add scroll trigger for each of this li element. So whenever you scroll down, it will fill up this background color. Add scroll trigger in each of these elements. So let's say element. First we will select individual elements and add animation to it. Write dot for each element, write t1.to and pass the element. We can directly use scroll trigger in the this to function as well. So let's define here. We want to trigger element and start from the top of the element. When top of the element reach the center of the viewport, and end when the bottom of the element reaches to the center of the viewport, and also scrub to true and set opacity to 1. Now before there is opacity, let's see the markers. So here are the markers for each individual elements. Whenever this marker hit this scroller dash start, it will start the animation until it hit this end with the scroller end. Let's check this out. Set the opacity to 1 and initially set opacity here to 0. Now let's check this. Now as you can see here, whenever the start of the li element crosses the scroller start, the opacity is increasing from 0 to 1, and same goes for the reverse direction as well. That's it in the battery section. Now let's add the color section. Create one file in the sections folder called color section.js and import it in the app.js file. First, let's add the initial styling. Now we want two sections of this page. So for now we will set justify content to space between and align them in the center. So first let's add styling for the left and the right section. Add style dot div and keep the width of the left section to 50% and height to 100%. Use display flex. Background color, set it to let's say our first color is blue. You can get the color code from the colors.txt file. Copy this and let's use RGBA, paste it here and set 0.8 as a opacity. Set position to relative. Now let's copy this and create the right section. Now keep opacity to 0.4. Let's import them left and right. Alright, here both of this section, and let's add text in the center of these sections. So let's add center slash now first color is called Sierra Blue. So let's keep its text here and let's add styling for the center div. Let's keep width to 100% and align text to center
Let's set position to absolute and top to 50% and left to 50%. Let's use transform translate to set the text in the center of the page. Here it is. Now let's rotate this text to -90° and also increase the font size. Let's say about font XXL, and this looks great. Let's do text transform uppercase. That's it for the color section. Now let's see how we can change the background color on scroll and this text as well. Now on scroll, first we have to fix this section, and then we can change the color of left and right and this text as well. So for that we will require 4 ref. So let's create them. Now first one is for the section. The second one is for the right ref. Next is for the left, and the last one is for the text. Let's add them. Now let's import the GSAP and use layout effect as well. First, let's call all the elements. Current. Now let's create one function which updates the color. Now this function accepts 3 values. First is the color in the hex, and second is the text, and third argument is the RGB color. So let's change the text element dot inner text to the given text, and we can also change the color of background color of the right element by using a right element dot style dot background color. Let's use RGBA and RGB color. Let's set 0.4 as opacity, and same for the left element. Now change this from 0.4 to 0.8. That's it. So we will call this function on scroll. Let's pin the section. We can directly pin the section using GSAP.to. Pass the element, which is the section ref, and let's add a scroll trigger. We want to pin section when top of the section reach to the top of the viewport. And let's end this scroll trigger. Now we have to add a lot of height for this section, since there will be at least 5 to 6 colors. So for that we will use element.offset width. So use backticks and plus equal to, let's use LM, which stands for the section ref, offset width. Let's use scrub equal to true and pin true as well. Now let's check this out. Let's remove the markers from the battery section. We have to add pin spacing here. Set it to true. Now let's add the animations. For that, first let's define the new timeline. Add gsap.timeline. Again, let's set the scroll trigger. Let's remove this pin and pin spacing. Actually, it is a pin spacing and not the spacer. So now it's working great. Now let's change the colors. Add dot to. First we will pass the element, and then if you want to call the function in the dot to function, you can use on start, like this one. On start we will call the update color function, and now to pass any parameters we can use on start params. So let's write on start params, and inside this we can pass parameters through an array. So let's open the color.txt and copy this whole string and paste it inside this array. And also we have to do on reverse as well. So write on reverse on reverse complete, again call the function, and on reverse complete params add the same parameters. Now let's add the same element and change the color to this one. Let's see the output. Now once I scroll down, it changes the text and the background color as well. Now let's add the rest of the colors. We have 1, 2, 3 and 4 colors. So let's copy this and add it 4 more times. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let's add all of these colors. Now let's check the output. First is the blue, next is gold, green, purple, red, blue, and that's it. Now let's increase this distance so we can see one color for some more time. Let's just increase this to 1000 pixel. Now let's check this again. Actually, we have to add this inside of this. Let's increase this to 1000 for both of the scroll triggers. Now as you can see, one color is staying for long time. Now let's add or decrease the brightness of this text. Now let's change the color of the text as well. Go to the update color function and let's change the color to style. And let's change the color by using element.style.color, and let's use the color and it's working. Let's decrease the brightness. Add filter and use brightness. Set the value to 0.85. Now it looks great. Now let's import our model and add some animation. Go to the app and remove this comment. And here is our model. So let's add different animations. Let's open the scene.js file and let's add end trigger so the animation can run up to the end trigger. First, let's go to the battery section and set its ID. So this section will be our end trigger. Let's add it here. Use hash for ID as a ID selector. And once the top of the battery section reaches the top of the viewport, it will end the whole animation. Now let's add animations one by one. So first we have already set for camera position from y equal to 2 to y equal to 0. Now let's rotate our model, and for that we can use a scene. Same as the camera, let's import the scene from a use3 hook. Now here we can use .to function. Let's use scene.rotation and we will rotate our model from the y-axis for y equal to 0.8. And as you can see, it's working. Let's add a few more. Now I have already experimented with some values, and these are the values that I came up. You can try to add different values in here and see the output. Let's add scrub equals to true. And it is moving. Let's add few more animations. Now in this we will change the position of the camera from z-axis . Let's rotate again. Now this phone looks too much bigger, so first let's change the initial position of the camera. Right, camera.position, and use set function, and let's pass the value for the x, y and z position to 0, 2 and 6. Now it looks smaller than before. Now first let me add all the animation one by one. And that's it. Let's see the output. Now I want to run few of this animation at the same time. So let's add the keys. Let's add the same key for this and this next animation. Let's add different key for both of this next two animations. Now let's start this scroll trigger after some space. That's it. Let's see the output. And this end trigger will end this animation. Now let's see how we can change this color. You can pause this video and add this different animations. Let's close everything. Open this scene.gltf. Now this file contains all the colors and geometry that it is using and all the materials as well. So we are going to change the color of the model. Now before that, let me show you how you can select the material of any 3D model. So first open this website, which is called as creator3d.com/online-viewer. Now in here, let's drop all the files. Select the texture, scene.bean and scene.gltf and drop them here. Now it will take some time and it will render our model. Now as you can see here, our model is rendered. Now scroll down and open this materials and select the body. Now from this material we can change color. And it is yellow now. So we will change color of this material called body. And also, if you want to update anything, you can check out the different material from this list, and you can also see other elements of this model from this website. Let's change the color. Open the scene.js file. Here, as you can see, now from the scene.gldf file, which is situated in the public folder, the use GLDF will load all the materials and nodes that are going to be used in this model. So let's copy this line and open the color section, paste it here, and make sure you import this use GLDF from react-3/Drei. Now we don't need nodes, so let's remove it. Now whenever this function gets called, we will change this material called body. So let's write materials dot body with the capital B dot color dot set. Here we can pass color. Let's see the output. And it's working. Let's remove the initial text from here and markers as well. So open the scene.js and comment out this markers. Now from the start, if you observe this, the default color of our model is little bit different than the original one. So let's add this color from the beginning. Copy this line and paste it here, and let's grab this color and add it here. So now you won't see any difference when changing this blue color from the default to. Now let's add one more model in this right section. Let's create one folder called components in the src folder, and let's move this scene.js file from here to components folder. Also make sure that you change the import line from here. Now copy this code and create one file called scene2.js and paste it here. Now we don't need any animation for our second model, so remove all this. Keep the first two lines, and we don't need scene at all. We don't need scene remove the GSAP and also change the name from modal to modal 2. Let's import this inside the color section. So go to the phone model and copy this and paste it inside the right div. Make sure to import canvas from the fiber and suspense from the React. Let's import the modal 2 and environment from tray. Let's see the output. And now we cannot see the output. Let's change the field of view from 14 to 6.5. Still we are not able to see it. So again, let's change the position of the camera. Go to the scene 2 and change the position to -0.1, which is the value of x, 0.4, which is the value of y, and 5. And now you can see the modal. And the color is also changing. Actually, we don't need to do anything to change color of the second modal because we are using the same material inside the all different models. So that's it for the color section. Now let's create the camera section. Let me close everything. In the section folder, create one file called camera section.js. Let's import this in the app.js file. First, let's add the styles for the wrapper element. Let's keep the width to 100 VW and minimum height to 100 VH. Set its position to relative and set index to 1. Let's change the background color to white and set overflow to hidden. Now first let's set the video. Let's copy it from the hero section. Let's import v1 from assets/video/ and select the scuba diving. Now let's add some style in this video element. So let's name it as v1 and create a style component for it. Now we want to set its position to absolute. So top is 0 and left is 0. Keep the width of the video to 100% and height to 100 VH. Same as we did for the hero section, we'll also add cover in the object fit and bottom as the object position. Keep the Z index to 2 Now do the same for the second video as well, but here we will change some values. So let's keep this second video 40% from the right and keep its width to 60%. Also change its height to auto, and we don't need to set object weight or object position for this video. Just set the z index to 1. Let's import the second video. Now from the video folder, select skate and let's save this. And here it is. Now let's use GSAP to scale this video down on scroll. First we will create two ref using useRef. Let's attach this ref. Now let's go to the color section and just copy this one to pin the section. Import use layout effect. And paste it here. We will need section ref as well to pin this section. Let's import the GSAP and call the section ref. Now we will change few value. We don't want this one, so let's change it to when bottom plus or equal to 500 will touch the bottom viewport. Then we will end this scroll trigger. Now this one is to pin the section. Now let's add another timeline, another GSAP timeline to animate the video. So let t2 equal to GSAP dot timeline. Here we will add another scroll trigger, and this trigger will start from the top. We don't need to pin this, and let's add animation for the video. Now before that, let's grab both of this video. Let's add the video 1 and we will scale this down to 0.3. Let's do the same for the video 2 and change 0.3 to 0.6, and let's check the output. and this working great, but the problem is the second video is not animating alongside the first one. So let's add the same key inside both of this animation. Let's see the output again. And now it's working. Now let's add the title. So add title container, and inside this let's add 3 titles. So first is the ready, steady, and action. Let's add a styling for this component. Keep its width to 50% and height to 100%. Display to flex, and flex direction set to column, and align all items in center. Now we want position of this container as absolute, so set top to 0 and right to 0. Now let's add styling for the title. Add style.h1 and set its font size to font big. Set z-index to 5 and text transform to capitalize. Let's see, and it looks great. Now let's add animation. Let's add one more ref called title ref and attach it with the title container. Now as we have selected li elements inside the battery section, let's do the same. Pass title ref here. Let's add animation in these elements. So write elements, and these elements are the h1 tag. Now for each of these elements we will add animation inside the t2 timeline. So we will use from to here, which accepts 3 arguments. So first is the element, and the second, let's add scroll trigger. Change this to element and remove this. Now initially we want its position to 100 in the x-axis and opacity to 0. Now copy this, and in the third argument we will add the final position, which is x equal to 0 and opacity to 1. Let's add markers as well. So these are the markers for the H1 elements. So first one is ready, steady, and action. Now let's change the position of the last two titles. So open the title container and select the last two elements. We want to change the second element. Add margin left to 6 rem, and for the third element add margin left to 12 rem. And now this looks great. Now this section is over, so let's add our last section, which is the pricing section. So let's close this files and create one file called pricing section inside the sections folder. Let's import this in the app file. Now let's add the initial styling. Now let's create another scene file to import in this component. Go to the components folder and copy whole scene2.js file and create another file called scene3.js and paste it here. Change the model 2 to 3 and go to the color section and copy this canvas. The pricing section, let's paste it inside the phone container. Make sure to import all the required elements. Import model 3 from the scene and environment from the tray. Let's change field of view from 6.5 to 14 and keep the intensity of the ambient light to 1. Now for this section we will add the orbit controls.
Let's disable the zoom. For that we can set this enable zoom props to false. And let's add styling for this phone container. Let's keep width to 100% and height to 70%. Set it display to flex and flex direction to column. Justify contents to center and align items in the center. Set its position as a relative and change the cursor to grab. Let's see the output. And here it is. Now let's add different colors. Now inside this phone container, add one style component called colors, where we will add all the color elements. Let's add styling for this colors. Now this is the unordered list. Let's set the display to flex and flex direction to column. Justify all the content to center and align items in the center as well. Let's set position of all this color as absolute. So left 35 and from top to 50%. Let's use transform translate to keep it in the center. Now inside this colors, we will add li elements. So let's add one. Let's add styling for this li element. Let's keep width to 1.5 rem and height to 1.5 rem as well. Set cursor to pointer and keep the border radius to 50%. Let's change the background color. Now to change the background color, we will pass different colors through props in this color component. So let's grab it. Let's grab it from the color.txt file. Copy this and pass it as color. Now in the background color, let's use that props. That's it. And let's add some margin of 0.5 rem for top and bottom and 0 for the left and right. Let's add one border as well, which is 1 pixel solid and dark. Let's add 5 more. And here it is. Now let's add all different colors. And here they are.
Now let's grab the update color function from the color section. Let's remove this. We also have to copy this line as well. Let's import this use GLTF from Drei. Let's call this function. Let's pass all this color inside the update color function. And let's remove these two arguments. And it's working great. Now let's change the background color as well. So create one ref. Let's attach this ref with the section, and whenever we change the color, we will change the background as well. Let's change the background color dot current dot style dot background color. Now here we will need RGB color, so let's add the argument again, and let's pass the RGB colors from this colors.txt file. Let's use this RGB color. And set the opacity to 0.4. Let's check the output. Now this is our old model which is still there and its position is fixed. So instead of opacity, let's create another container around this component. So copy this and add container. Let's set its style. Let's keep it same as the section, and we'll set its background to white. And in here we will set the background as the first color. Let's remove this. We don't need this in the section. And it's working great. Let's add all the required details in here. After the phone section, let's create another component called details. Let's add subtitle component, which will store the smaller title, right, iPhone, and title component for the big title. Let's set this pricing from $1099. Let's add styling for this details component. Set width to 100%, display as a flex, and flex direction to column, justify all content to center, and align items as a center. Now let's add styling for the subtitle. Let's use h2 tag and keep the font size as font medium and font family as font light. Let's keep the regular for the h2 tag. Copy this and add the same for the title. Let's change font size to font medium to extra large, and let's set padding to 0.3 rem. And here it is. Let's add the buy button and a link. After the subtitle, add button container. You can choose any smaller name if you want, and add btn and write buy. And for the learn more link, we will use btn link, and here we will use anchor tag, so we have to pass any URL here. So just write hash, add learn more. Let's style this. Set display to flex, justify content to the center, and align items in the center. Let's add the padding top as 1 rem, and let's add the styling for the button element. Set display to flex, justify all content in the center, and align items in the center. Let's set margin 0, and we don't need any padding. Now let's add a small padding for the top and bottom, and 1 rem for the left and right. Now let's set border radius to 50 pixel and not the percentage. We don't need any border, not the outline. Let's set the background color to blue and set the color of the text to white. Let's change the cursor to pointer, and on hover let's set the opacity from 1 to 0.7. Let's add the styling for button link, which is learn more, and we will use anchor tag. Just copy this color and change the variable to blue, and set text decoration to none, and margin left to 1.5 rem, and on hover let's set text decoration to underline. Let's see the output, and here it is. It looks great. Now let's add small text which says 360 degree in here, and also add arrow and this learn more link. For this we will use HTML entity. So write ampersand and hash, write x2192. Make sure you add this semicolon, and that's it. It will add this small arrow. Now let's use, now inside this phone component let's add let's name it as indicator text, and write 360 and deg for the degree icon or symbol, and use n hash x27f2 for the 360 degree arrow icon. Let's style this. We will use div tag, set the font size to font small, and position to absolute, and top 1 rem from the top. Let's see it, and here it is. Now this looks great. Let's remove this markers, open the camera section, and let's comment this out. Now our website is almost completed, but there is some issue. Let me show you this issue. For now the color of this model, the last color is blue, but if I change the color from this, let's say we'll set it to red, then it will not change in the background and it will stay the blue, but for the model it will change the color to red. So how can we solve this? So in the pricing section and inside this color section, we are using almost same function to change the colors. So we can use a context API in the React to share the same state between two components. So let's create this. Now in the src folder, create one folder called context, and in the context create one file called color context.js. Now in here first we will export the context object. Let's write export const color context equal to, let's use create context to create this context object. Now we will create the context provider. Let's name it as color context provider. Here we will pass children and we will return the color context dot provider. Now when you pass anything in this value, you can use in the components that are wrapped by this provider. So let's create one state called current color let's import this use state, and initially we will set it as an object, and this object contains three things, which is the color, text and RGB color. Now let's initialize this with the first color, that is on the colors.txt. Just copy this and let's add this in the color and this text in the text and the RGB color. Now let's share this current color with the child components. Now to use this current color value inside the child components, we have to wrap all all components with this color context provider. So let's open the app.js file. So for now we are going to change the color in the pricing section and color section. So let's wrap all three of these components inside the color context provider. Now to use this value, we can use use context hook. So let's open the pricing section, and in here let's use context. Make sure you import this use context from React, and in here it accept context object as its argument. So let's import the color context, and we will use this, we will deconstruct current color from this color context object. Let's log this value first. Now as you can see here, this is the log from the pricing section, and we can access the color, RGB color and text. Now we are using this same function update color inside the pricing section and color section as well. So let's add it in the color context. We will pass color object in this function, and let's change its name to change color context. Let's remove this and let's copy this line and paste it here so that we can use this material to change the color of the model. Let's import the use GLTF. In this color object, we will store three values: color, text, and RGB color. And also, let's use set current color to set it with the color object. Let's pass this change color context and inside this value. In the pricing section, let's deconstruct this function, and here we will pass text as well. So go to the colors.txt and copy this whole value. Do the same for all colors. Now let's add another argument called text, and here we will create the color object and we will add this three arguments. Now we will use this current color instead of this RGB color. We don't need this. Let's use this function and pass the color object. So whenever you will change color in the pricing section, it will also update the state in the context. So let's use this inside the, copy this and use this inside the color section. Let's import the use context hook from the React and color context from the color context.js file. And inside this function, let's change few things. From the pricing section, copy this and paste it inside this update color section. We don't need this line since we are already updating the material from the color context. And now instead of this, we will use current color. So let's add current color.text, current color.color, and same goes for the RGB color. Now the background is not updating as well as the background for this. Now whenever I click on the red, the color of the material is changing but not the background. But if I click on the green, Now the background is red because the background color is not updating on the first call of the function. So instead, let's add this part inside the use effect hook. And pass current color as the dependency. So whenever any change happen inside the current color state, it will run this use effect and it will change the background color of this section. Let's remove this line, save this, and let's check this again. And it's working now. Let's do the same for the color section as well. Let's import the use effect. In the dependency, we will pass the current color, and instead of updating all this inside this function, we will only update the context state, and we'll use effect to update all these elements. Let's cut this and paste it here. Let's remove this line. Now let's check this out. Blue, gold, green, purple, red, and the last color is blue. Now if I change the color to red, here it is also changed from blue to red, and color is changing in the background and model as well, and also the text is different. Now if I scroll up, now it is blue. So this is how you can use the context API to store the same state that can be used by different components. Let's summarize this. First we are using one state called current color, where we are storing all these three values, and we are using this change color context function, which is changing the material color based on this color object, and it is setting this current color state using this color object. And we are passing this function and this state inside the provider. We have wrapped these three components inside this color context provider so that we can use this function and this state as well. And inside the color and pricing section, we are using the use context to use this state and function. So whenever someone clicks on this color element, it will call the update color function, which eventually call the change color context function and pass the color object. So once you call this function, it will change the color of the material and it will update this state. So whenever any change happens in this state, this use effect will run and it will change the background color of the pricing section. You can pause this video and try this out yourself. We are doing the same for the color section as well. And our website is almost completed. Now let's create this loading screen. Now to add a loading screen inside the React application, first let's see the current website. Now go to the inspect elements and open the network tab and set slow 3G, and let's check this. Now there is no loading screen until it downloads all the content and render it in here. So in this time we can add one loading screen by using the HTML. So call the index.html file from the public, and inside this root div just write loading, and let's check the output. Now as you can see here, you can see the loading text here, and it will stay there until React takes over the root element. Once the browser downloads all the required files, React takes over the root element and renders the app component. Let's add loading screen in here. I have already created some HTML elements and styling for this. So for now I'm just copying those. Now this is some basic loading screen. Here I am rendering the SVG and the text. You can get this SVG from assets SVG. You can pause this video and add this in your HTML file. Now for the styling, after the title, let's add the style. Here I have added some basic style for the HTML elements. You can match this class name with this elements, and inside the keyframes I have defined this change background keyframes, which is changing the background. Now inside this keyframes I have added three different properties. First is the background color, second is the color of the text, and now this fill is for the SVG. So I'm using different colors that we have used to change the material of the model color. You can use any combination inside this keyframe. I will give you this code for this loading screen inside the assets folder, and I will update the starter code repo so you can get this code from there. Let's save this and check the output. And now we can see this loading screen. See, the color change happens inside this background and SVG and this text as well. Let's change network from slow 3G to no throttling. And now you might see the loading screen, but it is for very short time. That's it for the loading screen. Now let's make this website responsive. Now if you change the screen from desktop to mobile device, you can see this model, but it is still big for smaller devices. You cannot see it in the smaller screen. So first let's scale it down. Let's open the scene.js file, and inside this use layout effect we will modify the value of field of view, which is FOV of the camera for different size of devices. So let's declare the variable called FOV, and let's get the current value from camera.fov. And now we will use windows.innerWidth to calculate the FOV. So let's calculate it. Let's say for the 1400 pixel we are keeping the FOV value to 18. So let's divide it by the window.innerWidth, and let's first log this value. So for now this is 16. Let's reload it. For this 1000 pixel screen it is 23, and let's click on the mobile and reload it. Now its value is 47. So let's set it as a camera.FOV value. Whenever you change any value such as FOV or anything related to camera, you should call this function called camera.update projection matrix. This function is used to update the camera projection matrix, and we must call this after any changes. So let's check this out. Now you can see for this smaller screen the size of this model is small. Let's check for the mobile devices, and it is small one. Also for mobile devices, let's disable this movement from center to left or right side. Now let's open GSAP documentation, and there is this function which is called as GSAP.matchMedia. Now this function, as stated here, it lets us set up the code into a function which only executes when a particular media query matches. Now let's scroll down and copy this and paste it inside the use layout effect. Now this variable called which calls the match media function, and also it is setting the breakpoint, but we don't need that, so let's remove this. Now here it is adding a function. Now this function here accepts condition, as you can see here. As stated here, you can set any number of arbitrary named conditions. This function will be called when any of this condition will get matched. We don't need this reduced motion, so let's remove this. Now for the minimum width, let's set this to 48 EM, and let's set maximum width to 48 EM. Now let's remove this as well, and this. Now we can get the value of these conditions use from this function context.conditions. So we will check if is desktop is true, then we will add the animation accordingly, and if is mobile is true, then we will change the animation. So let's cut this out and paste it inside here, and also cut this and paste it here. Now we don't want any motion on the x-axis for the mobile devices, so let's set this accordingly. Now in here, if is desktop is true, which means the current screen is bigger and it can handle the animation on the x-axis, so we'll keep it as it is. Otherwise we will set it to 0. Now same for this one, is desktop is true, then we will keep it as it is. Otherwise we will change its value to 0. Also we will change the FOV of the camera for the mobile device because it is too smaller by using this logic. So let's set the condition if is mobile is true, then we will update this camera.fov to, let's say, 20. Now in this return, we can return a cleanup function that will be called when none of this condition match. So let's add if t1 dot kill, we will kill the instance of timeline. That's it. Save this and let's check the output. Let's go for the mobile device. And this looks good. Also the model is not moving with the x-axis. Let's open the model inside the pricing section in the mobile view. Now this mobile is also looks big in smaller devices, so we will change its field of view. Open the scene3.js. Now let's use window.matchMedia here. So if window.matchMedia, let's add the CSS rule, which is max width is 48 em dot matches. Then we will set the camera FOV to 80 and let's use the update projection matrix function. That's it. Now you can see this one looks great for mobile devices. Now let's add different media queries in all the other sections and make them responsive. So for now we don't need to render the phone model. Now open the code section. Now for smaller screens we will change the width and font size of this code section. So let's add media query. Let's use max width, and for the 70 em, which is equal to almost 1120 pixels, for this screen we will set the width to 70%. Let's copy this and paste it for 3 more times. Now for the 48 em, we will change this font size from large to medium and change the height as well from medium to small. Now for the smaller screens such as 40mm, which is around 640 pixels, we will change the width from 70 to 90, and for the 30mm screens we will change font size and height again. Set font size from medium to extra small, and now we don't need to change the height. Let's keep it as it is. Also add screen, and so this will apply in all different screen as well. And the font size is smaller. Let's see for the mobile device. Now it looks great. Let's change the font for this author. Let's use regular fonts. This looks better. Now let's comment out these components and make the hero section responsive. Copy any of this query and open the hero section. Now in the title component, now for the smaller sizes such as 30mm, we want this title 1 rem from the left and not the 2 rem. Now let's change the font size as well. Now for the 48em, we'll change font size from LG to medium, and also let's change the color from gray light to white for smaller screens. Let's check this out. And here it is. It looks great. Let's copy this, and now for this text container, we want both of this text in the upside down and not left and right. So let's change the flex direction to column. Let's change the degree of this background image from 45 degree to 90 degree, and let's align items to flex start, and here it is. Now for the last child, we will align it to the flex end. Here it is. Let's change the font sizes for smaller screens. So first is for the 64em. Let's change font size from XXX to XX, and for the 48em, we'll change font style from XXL to XL. Let's check this out. It looks great. We don't want any padding. Let's keep it to 0. Now let's change this height from 100 gauge to 80 viewport height, and add small padding on the left and right. Let's check the output, and it is on the flex start. So in the section, let's justify the content at the flex end and align items in the center. This is it. Now for this title, let's set it for the 48 EM. Let's set left to 1 rem instead of 2 rem. Now it looks great. Let's increase the brightness for this to text. Add filter, and in the brightness add 1.1. Now this looks good. Now let's grab the design section and make it responsive. Let's copy any one of the media queries and open the design section. Now in the text container, which contains both of these sentences, let's set let's change the font size of the span element from font big to font XXL. Let's copy this and add it for 2 more times. Now for the 64, we will decrease the font size to XXL, and for the 48 EM, we'll change font to large. Let's see the output, and here it is. Let's copy all 3 and paste it inside the second container. Now the second line is smaller than the first, so we will decrease this fonts. This one is XL, and let's keep it as large. Now it looks great. Let's set this span tag on the flex end and text align to right. And now it looks great. Remove this Z index from this text container 2 and save this. Now let's open the app.js file again, and instead of this design section, let's grab the display section. Now let's make this responsive. Copy this media query and open the display section. Now we will decrease this margin right and margin left for the smaller screens. So let's write 48 em and set margin right from 4 rem to 1 rem, and do the same for the odd childs. Right here margin left to 1 rem. That's it. Now from the design section, let's grab all 3 of these media queries and paste it inside this main title. Let's remove this font tag. Now we will we'll increase this font size from XXL to XXL. Now for the 64 em, we will keep font size to XXL, and for the 48, let's change it to XL. Let's add one more. For the 40 em, we will keep the font size to large. Let's copy and paste it inside the text. Now for the 64 em, we will change its width from 55 to 70. Let's check this updates, and here it is. Let's copy this and increase the width to 100% for 48 em, and also decrease the font size for double extra small. Also copy all 4 of this and paste it inside the moving text. Now let's add one more for the 30 em and change this font large to font medium. Now as you can see here, there is this extra width. Let's see which component is causing this behavior. Now to check this, you can open the global style, and inside this let's add the outline, which is 1 pixel solid red, and add important. As you can see here, it will add a red outline for all the components. So now you can see this text are going outside of the width. So let's go to the display section. Let's go to this text, and here it is. Now this is the causing this behavior. Now it is fixed. So let's remove this outline. This is how you can check different elements, and our display section is ready. Let's go to the app, remove this display section, and let's grab this processor section. Copy any media query and go to the processor section. Now for this title, we will change the font size from big to XXL. Let's change this to 70 and copy this. Let's add 2 more for the 64 and 48. Let's decrease font to XXL and here only single XL. And it's working. Now let's remove this image for the devices less than the 48 em. Let's set display to none. Now for the text, let's increase the width from 30 to 50% for 64 em. Now for the 48, let's increase width to 100% and decrease the font size. Also, let's set the width of this font to 40% and add padding left to 1 rem. Now let's move this last paragraph to the right. So let's open this, and here let's select the last child, align self to legs n and padding left to 0. Let's add padding right to 1 rem and text align to right, and it looks great. Now the processor section is responsive for smaller screens, so let's remove this and grab the battery section. Open the battery section. Let's copy this media query and paste it inside this title and change this from 64 to 70 em. Let's decrease this font size from font big to XXL. Let's add one more for the 64 em. Let's change font size to XXL. Now for the 48 em, let's decrease the font size, as well as we don't want to transform the text to center. Let's keep it 2 rem from the left and 2 rem from the top, and let's keep its width to 50%. And here it is. Let's decrease its fonts from XL to LG. Now it looks good. Now let's move this battery in the center. So let's grab this media query and just add top to 50% and left to 50% and transform, translate. Now it is in the center and it looks great. That's it for the battery section. Now let's grab the, actually we have to grab all of these 3 components because they are wrapped with the context provider. First let's see the color section. Let's copy this media query and paste it here. Let's increase its width from 50 to 100% for the 48 EM, and we will remove the right side. We will remove this right div. So add display to none. That's it. Now let's change the position of this text as well. Right top to 2 rem, and let's transform this. Copy this line and change the Y value to 0% and rotate to 0 as well. Now you can see the color. Now let's open this camera section. Copy this media query. Now we don't want to change first video, but for the second video let's add media query for the smaller screen. Let's say 30 EM. We will keep its width to 100% and right to 0 and top 10% from the top. Now for the title container, let's decrease. Now for this title container, let's change its position for 48 EM. Let's set top to 60% and 2 rem from the right. Let's add 2 more. One is for 40 EM and another is for 30 EM. Now inside the 40 EM, let's change the value of right from 2 rem to 5, and let's remove this one. Now for the smaller devices, change the top value from 60% to 70% and add 40% from the right. Now all these values are based on the custom breakpoints, as you can see here. Let's decrease the size of the font for this title component. Change the font size to XXL for the 70 EM and decrease the font size from XXL to XXL. And it looks great. Now the last one is the pricing section. So open the pricing section. Let's copy this media query. Let's move the colors to the left. Let's change this to 64 EM and add left to 10%. That's it, and now it looks great. Let's reload this and let's remove these comments. Let's copy this and paste it after the battery section. Let's reload this page. And this looks great. You can see the change in color as well. So that's it. Now you can use ThreeJS documentation or documentation from this website to increase the performance of rendering this model. Also, let's change the position of this text. Open the display section and instead of 20% add negative sign, and here remove the negative sign. That's it. Let's change this text from uppercase to lowercase. Open the battery section. And change the text transform to capitalize, and now it looks great. This was a really long tutorial, and thank you so much for watching this video till the end. If you really like this video, make sure to subscribe and give a thumbs up. I'm so sorry for taking so long to upload this video. I will try my best to upload the awesome content where you will learn more things while building different applications. Also, share this video with your friends and let's keep coding.